Welcome to the Gunter City Council regular meeting. It is Thursday, February 19th. We're in the Public Safety Building, 105 North 4th Street. It is 6 o'clock p.m. All notices were properly posted, and according to the Texas Open Meetings Act, and we do have a quorum with every council member in attendance, and we're going to open up with our invocation and pledge allegiance. Are you going to start us, Jake?
Thank you, Lord, for the gift of life that we get to wake up each morning and enjoy your daily blessings, Lord. But most of all, we thank you for sending your Son, Jesus Christ, to die on the cross for our sins, Lord. Lord, I ask you to be with our city, our citizens, and our leaders, and help us remind of the two greatest commandments you gave us, Lord, and that's to love God and love one another. Lord, I ask you to be with the police, fire, and EMS, and all first responders. We ask you to watch over us, keep us safe, guide us, protect us, forgive us when we fail you. These things we ask in your heavenly name we pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
We're going to open up with citizen comments. Council invites citizens to speak to the council on topics not already scheduled for public hearing or on the agenda. Prior to the meeting, please complete the opinion speaker registration form. I have one presented to the city secretary. Citizens may address the council for a maximum of 3 minutes. Citizen comments shall be made from the podium. Please state your name and address for the record. The council is unable to respond to or discuss any issues that are brought up during this section that are not on the agenda, other than to make statements of specific factual information in response to a citizen's inquiry, or to resolve existing policy in response to an inquiry. Citizen comments are governed by the City of Gunter Code of Ordinances, Article 1.05. I do have one signed up, so Mr. Chris Donahoe, and then Deidre, are you timing? I don't have.
Chris Donahoe, 213 East College Street. First, I want to encourage the council to continue respecting the upcoming May vote. Many citizens, over 290 in fact, signed in support of this effort because they believe structural change should be decided by the voters. And until that vote takes place, I believe it is wise to continue tabling the city administrator position and refrain from advancing candidates. If the city manager form of government is approved, that process can then move forward transparently and in alignment with the will of the people. Second, I'd like clarification regarding the $3,840 in outside legal fees authorized by the mayor related to whether a city council member should be removed or censured. I would simply ask, what was the motivation to spend this amount of taxpayer money on outside counsel? Because for context, censure does not remove the elected official from office. It doesn't strip voting rights. It doesn't prevent participation. It's a formal public statement of disapproval. It's essentially a recorded reprimand. So if their public reprimand or embarrassment of a perceived political opponent was the only realistic outcome, I would ask, was this the most efficient use of city funds? Gunter can have firm debate and careful stewardship of public resources, and since that is an agenda item, I would like a response on that. I'd like clarification regarding the $3,840 and why that had to be spent.
I'm giving you your time, and then I'll do that after citizen comments are closed. I'll answer your question. I'm trying not to interrupt your time. So, are you finished or?
Yep, I'm finished. That's my question.
Okay. Okay, so citizen comments are closed. The reason that first of all, you shouldn't have had the invoice. You shouldn't even know that because it wasn't public knowledge yet. So I can only assume where you received that from.
Happened 2 days ago.
So and that's when I received it and sent it out. So I will just say this, section 511 of our Policy, our code of conduct states anyone may file a written complaint, 3 per file. 5.12, the city secretary shall provide copies to the city attorney and the accused member. That occurred. 5.13, the city attorney shall investigate the issue and issue a written report. That could not occur because the city attorney was the target of the misconduct. That leaves 2 options. 1, I can follow the policy by hiring independent counsel, the policy that it demands that I do so, or I could violate the policy and do nothing. As mayor, pursuant to Texas Local Government Code Section 22.042, I have the legal obligation to ensure that the city complied with its adopted policy and enforcement procedures. Violating our policy was not an option. And with that, we're going to move on to our next agenda item. Adam, do you have a quick update for us for Parks and Streets?
Yes, Mayor. Just a really quick update. I know y'all have a full-on meeting, I know. Just a quick update on trash. We continue to push updates every week. I think last week we put out 3 updates, just trying to be responsive to the community. We had a lot of new people register last week. Starting next week, we're gonna work on a visual representation and get on our website so people can see what the acceptable bulk, dealing with bulk, what bulk looked like. Because there have been people that put out a whole bunch and it wasn't picked up, and so that's a process we're working on to make sure there's transparency there. That I've been visiting all the establishments that, we try to do this very granularly where we give people a little grace, so getting all the commercial customers on board, I've been working on that and working with some of the home builders. And then we're gonna do an assessment probably in April after our last months. We get 3 months of billing in there to see where we're at, do some forecasting for budgets too for next year. Street assessment has started. It started with the woods and the bridges. They're the first ones being done. So that's an ongoing program that started last week. And put up about 60 signs last week, mostly in the downtown area. Had to take some back. They gave us the wrong size for parts of Maple Street. And then the last thing was there was an item about Fallon, the gentleman that spoke. Mm-hmm. So Captain Cameron and I went out there to look at Fallon Road, which is pretty much just a dirt road. I don't even know if I'd call it truly road base. I've reached out to Jason Graves. He's the supervisor for the maintenance divisions for Precinct 3, so he and I are meeting out there next week, and then we'll sort of regroup, see what the solutions are, cost, talk about some other ILAs as well. So that's where that, and I've told Mr. Rice that as well. So that's where we're at with that as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Adam.
You're welcome.
Eric, you were going to do a thorough update next meeting?
Yeah.
Okay, and so we were going to have Captain Kramer come up and do a little update. Did you step out?
Yeah, got a call. We got a call. I'll run through it real quick one more.
Okay.
We don't have it on the overhead, but I think he handed these out to you all right. So,
Yes, sir.
It's something new that you guys will see every month. And we might have it on our overhead next time for y'all, for the audience who will see, but.
And in the agenda packets.
Yeah, okay. So one is a code compliance performance report for January 2026, and then a month report, fire rescue. In your packet, I can't really go over that one, but there was total calls 49, fire 27, 22 DMS, and then some other incident types in a bar chart for you there, and then mutual aid response in a pie graph, and then what they're working on some grants to secure additional funding for fire department equipment, training, and operational needs. $35,000 was just awarded for the training and safety equipment. Mm-hmm. And then there's some performance and reporting on that page too. As far as code compliance goes, performance report, the key highlights are severe winter weather in January disrupted normal code compliance operations, so limited some of the routine inspections that we're doing now. And then our code compliance officer, Jessie, has now obtained her animal control officer certification, so we can bring that in-house. So increases our in-house capabilities for animal-related complaints, improved response times, and enforcement is a lot better when we have someone that's out there because she can be looking at code stuff, but then also address an animal control issue currently, instead of having a third party that shows up every month.
And that'll save us quite a bit.
And it saves
With
us
her
funding
doing about
wise as well.
$18,000 a year.
So what we're also working on is the comprehensive education and preventing and inspection workflow. So it's kind of under me. We're trying to have some staff changes going on, or staff education going on, and Jesse's stepping over to help me out with that in my department, along with Cameron, and trying to clarify some requirements, reduce down some turnaround, and better utilize what's called MyGov, which is our permitting software that we use for both development applications and building permits that we run with either BV or Alice. And of course, enhancing the animal control program, now fitting personnel with proper equipment to be able to do those types of things, and aligning operations with state regulations and requirements. Code compliance is conducting and is coordinating with the property owner on the structured fire on 4th Street to ensure that the structure is demolished and the site is cleared. I've gotten a couple calls from some real estate agents, so I don't know if he's looking to sell that tract of land once it's cleared or not. But I'll let you know more about that if anything comes up. But common violations there, we have a bar chart that kind of shows kind of where most of the things have been happening from a percentage aspect. High grass and weeds obviously is one of them. Parking, signage, which we'll be bringing to you not too long. Probably next month we'll be bringing the updated sign ordinance that we've been working on, and then get more guidance from you on enforcing some of the ones that aren't necessarily legal that are happening out there right now that we haven't necessarily been enforcing it on people. And then animal control, trash and debris was like the second largest thing. So I think that covers most of it.
Thank you. Mayor Alderman report. I don't have any updates for this meeting. Do you all? Nothing. Then we'll move on to number 5, the consent agenda. Routine council business. So this constitutes the previous minutes, the police department's report, the financial report, and the second financial report.
I'll make a motion that we approve the consent agenda.
Okay, we've got Jerry with the first.
I'll second.
Pat with the second. All in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. We'll move on to our, says regular agenda, but we're going into business executive session. So we're now moving into council's executive session for the purpose of the following, and there's a lot here. We'll try to go as quickly as we can, y'all. The first one is under Texas Local Government Code 551.074 to deliberate the employment of an applicant for the city administrator position. We have under B, this is deliberation regarding real property, and this is for approval of an MDD purchase. So Eric will join us so that he can explain some of that for the MDD. Under 551.0.7, deliberation regarding economic development negotiations. This is for the Bridges VA agreement, possible amendment. So Eric will join us on that one too to kind of explain that. And under 551.071, consult with our city attorney about litigation, specifically cause number CB 24-1241 and CB 26-1060. I didn't skip one, and everybody's looking like, what, you skipped one? So we are removing all of the individual department head employment contract negotiations because it's going to be lengthy. They're all very unique because they are separate roles. They're just all separate. They're not exactly the same. So they're unique to the person. I hate to do that to you guys, but there's so much to do tonight that we just don't have time for it. And needed a little bit of work on a couple of them. So we will move into executive session.
Before we do that, I'd like to see if we can move agenda item 13 to right now, please.
We have an interview, so
That's fine. I would like to request to have item 13 moved to right now, please, before we go into executive session.
So it's not going to change items number 11 and 12.
No, it's not. I just want to get that out of the way because that was supposed to be passed and it was on the agenda.
Well, the reason we couldn't put it on the past agenda was because there was a violation of it. So that's why it's coming after the conclusion of the current violations.
So are we able to move agenda
So-
item 13 to agenda item number 6 right now currently?
Are you asking me?
I'm asking because he's jumping the order of which we have to
Which we've
conclude
done
Business,
numerous
business.
times,
you need
so I'm just
We
asking.
have, I'm just saying, because it's the same
Yeah, you
topic,
need
3 in
to-
a row, we have to complete one before we open that up.
You can move it, but you'll need a motion and a vote on
All
it.
right.
And it's not debatable.
I'd
Okay,
like to make a motion that we move number 13 to agenda item number 6 right now, before we go into executive session.
okay, do we have a second?
I say absolutely second.
Okay, so all in favor?
Aye.
All right, and that's unanimous. We'll tackle number 13. Discuss, consider, and act upon a resolution repealing the city council relations policy, code of ethics, and city council meeting rules of procedure and decorum adopted on December 4th, 2025.
I'd like to make a motion that we repeal that.
Okay, I have a first to repeal,
Second.
a second to repeal. It's open for discussion.
I'd like to ask, what the purpose of repealing it would be, where's the issue?
One, I never really got to look at it. Two, the documents were sent out 6 minutes before the meeting that it was finally voted on. And then third, we just got the most recent update one on the 15th, I think. Or no, actually on the 5th of February, I believe. So I think there's more that we need to discuss about that before we actually go put it in a motion and have it actually be an active ordinance.
Well, it's not an ordinance, so
Or
let's talk
whatever
about
it may
that.
be.
It's a resolution,
So,
which is an agreement that, I mean, you could have been here for that meeting, so I had to break a tie. Everybody knew it was on there. It was the third time we presented it. So it's a lawful resolution. And if we're gonna go there at this discussion right now, because I know that 3 of you do wanna repeal it, 2 of you do not, I do not, so that's half and half. I'm going to ask, besides the fact that you didn't get a vote, what is wrong with having a policy that says this is how we will conduct ourselves in an open meeting?
we already have things in place for this. This was an added extra thing. that was
Such as
done.
what?
So,
We don't have a code of ethics, we do not have a code of conduct without this resolution. So I'm just curious what the opposition is to an agreement that says we will act and behave professionally and as adults in our meetings.
Well, you know, if that's all it said, it would probably be okay, but it says much, much more than that. There's opportunity to have an agreement, a true agreement, not something that is arranged so that you can't get out of it. A true agreement with some consensus building to agree on how things are done. There are lots of options. For example, you can have Robert's rules, you can follow those. Although I've told everyone before, I don't think you like Robert's rules because of the formality that it imposes on you. But there are a number of choices, but I'll add one more reason to Wade's list. Look where it's taken us. Where we
I
are
would
now.
argue we needed it.
Well,
So can we agree?
We agree on the same thing, look where it's taken us.
I'll call for the question.
I actually have something to say then, if y'all are done.
Well,
I'd
I'd also like to
comment on this.
add my
So,
2 cents to this.
absolutely.
Is one, we spent a total of 15 minutes talking as a group together prior to it being passed. I think it takes a lot more debate other than sending an email out and asking somebody to, hey, if you have any changes, send your emails. Life happens, right? I think that debate should be done in person. I think we should be able to debate that in person, figure out what we would like to be in there, what we would not like to be in there. There was about 37 pages of uselessness in my eyes. I think the rules of decorum, I think, are fair. I think there's a lot to it that was added onto it that does not need to be included inside of it. So,
Yeah, I remember the
So-
drafts going out, and everybody had the ability to put in their 2 cents in before we even got final written.
Yeah, there were 3 different occasions that we had to address this.
I
Then I
correct
think
my
it should have been
statement,
done
it's
in-
17
it
pages.
should have been done.
About
in
10
workshop
pages of the
also,
17 were
to talk.
not used.
Use Patrick said we can talk about it all together
So
instead
what
of
do
just
you
our
want to
own.
strike from it?
I don't know yet. I would just like to pull out.
Okay, could we leave the code of conduct and the code of ethics? remove everything else.
I would like to.
I don't understand
I would
why
like
we
to
don't
have a fair
that.
debate. I would not like to make a resolution to strike certain comments from it today. I think it should be totally stricken. And then a debate should there be a debate on certain items, I think it should be done in front of the public instead of doing it like we did last time, where it was email wise, and then we spent 15 minutes on one day, about 10 minutes on another day. Unfortunately, Mr. Perry, I do appreciate everything, as I said the day of. I appreciate your hard work and dedication put into that. I think we as a group should have spent more time on the said subjects, because it's and I don't want to get into controversy or anything like that. I think as a group we should have been more united in its passage.
My understanding, if I remember correctly, this actually started in October. We actually did discuss it 3 different times. There was a lot of the opposition from day one was the opposition we had the second time we discussed it, the opposition we had the third time we discussed it. Nothing got anywhere with it. The only real discussion was, I think it's useless, I don't like it, we can't make people be nice, we can't regulate people to act appropriately, and I would say I agree. I mean, I agree with that. We obviously can't regulate people to be nice. That was never really the intent. I thought it was going to be an understanding that we would be cordial to each other, and that we would agree to be cordial to each other. Obviously, I'm incorrect because we're where we are, and I'd really like later today when we discuss what actually happened here. I think it makes it very clear as to why this policy or this resolution wasn't necessary. But, I guess I would say, if as a board, if we are deciding that we want to act like fools and we want to talk the way we're going to discuss what happened here, if that's the way we really want to act, I don't think that the public's going to approve of that. But if they do, then I guess I'm seriously mistaken as to what's important to them and what's not.
If anybody else wants to make a comment, then I'm going to make a comment, and then I don't want to interrupt anybody that has something else to say. So in a little bit of my research, because there was a lot of talk about, well, you can't do anything about it, it's not law, it's just meaningless because you can't hold anybody accountable. So, it reminded me of the Supreme Court of Texas and the Court of Criminal Appeals also has a policy of how to conduct themselves. It's called the Texas Lawyers' Creed, a mandate for professionalism. Supreme Court recognized that back in 1989, there were a minority of lawyers who used abusive tactics, such as lack of civility or outright hostility, and it's a disservice to the citizens. It's absolutely a disservice, and it's a demeaning to the profession. I'm reading this from this. You can find this online. It's the Texas Lawyers' Creed. Something very important. They said the desire for respect and confidence by lawyers from the public should provide the members of our profession the necessary incentive. You should want to do this to attain the highest degree of ethical and professional conduct. Compliance with the rules depends primarily upon understanding and voluntary compliance. So they too had a policy that didn't have any teeth in it, okay? It didn't say, we're not saying we're going to remove your vote, we're going to remove you, we're going to limit. We can't do any of that as a general law. But a censure is speech responding to speech, just like it says in the investigative report. And the Supreme Court and the Court of Appeals, Criminal Appeals, every justice signed this. If they felt like it was necessary for them, I feel like it's certainly necessary for Gunter, because what they said is that the idea of this wasn't about punishing anybody. This was to restore public confidence. And after you hear what happened in the investigative report, I hope that the citizens will be outraged not to have a code of conduct and a code of ethics. So that's my 2 cents, and it's back to you guys because you're the ones with the vote.
So we were floating this thing since October, and every member seemed to have kicked the can down the road to the point where now you just don't like the way the can was dented. And I mean, it's disappointing because we all had many, many chances over months' times to have input. What was gonna go in it, what wasn't gonna go in it.
Up to and into the point where 2 weeks before it was actually voted on, it was told that it would be on the next agenda to be passed.
Multiple times.
Or to be discussed and passed. And it was, so we were there. I mean, I'm sorry, Wade, the instructions you weren't here for that. But it was said, so.
And it wasn't intentional. It's just that,
I'm just,
you know, you vote when you're here.
I understand.
So, back to our motions, if everybody's finished. We had a motion, remind me again.
And I also, I'll just finish with this, is that I don't think one of us doesn't want a policy of how we are gonna behave at a city council meeting, or for any of our government level agencies to adhere to they would need to follow this as well. I don't think that's a debate at all. I think that there is a lot added to it that doesn't need to be included inside of it. So when you're talking about we all want to act like fools, Mr. Perry, I think you're wrong. By making that statement, you're speaking for all of us, correct? And I think you're incorrect on that part, because I'm going to say it, that I don't want this governmental body to act like a fool. But what I will say is that there's a lot into it that doesn't need to be there. And that's where I'm going to leave my statement.
I agree with that one.
So I have a motion, Wade, to repeal it. I have a second, I think, with William, is that correct?
That was me.
Or with a second? And all in favor of repealing?
Aye.
Okay, any opposed?
I,
All right, so that motion passes and it is repealed. So, back to executive session. We will convene into executive session.
Before we go into executive session, I have one thing to say. I think we're putting the cart before the horse on looking at interviewing a candidate for city administrator. The petition from the townsfolk was pretty clear that they wanted to look at a city manager. This is not even a candidate that came out from an open job.
He did too. Yes, he did.
It's just one guy. Even if we were all agreed that we would pursue a city administrator now, the proper steps would be to put it out to the public and have multiple candidates come in and have a pool to select from.
And we did that.
And it's not agreed that we're gonna have a city administrator now. I know people keep saying that we agreed on it, but we never agreed on it.
We did,
And
January 2025.
We agreed to put out the application a year or whatever ago.
We
never
just
even
never
settled on a title.
And it was one of those,
We did.
like
And
Alan
we
said,
agreed to
the can
advertise
got
it.
kicked down
It's in the
road.
meeting minutes.
So,
Teacher and I went
yeah.
back and looked
Yeah.
at it. It's in the meeting minutes. We
We
passed it.
approved to
Then we
talk about
posted it.
Have it and post it, and then we didn't like how it was posted, so we pulled it back, but we never pulled back the fact of looking for one. And then it's just been kind of lost out there. And
That could be true,
so,
but the point is now, the town has said very clearly they want to see a city manager.
The town
and
has
they
not.
want to vote in May.
Some people
The
did,
town
and we'll
is in
respect
May.
that.
Almost 300 people, that's a significant
Okay,
number of people.
well, there's 2,700 of us.
But not all 2,700 voted.
1,700 of them are registered voters.
Okay, but still, 300 people is a lot of people.
Of course it is, and we'll respect that. It gets to go to the ballot.
Right.
And then the people will tell us what they
Trying to put a
want.
city administrator in place now undercuts that whole effort.
It does
As a pro
not.
tem,
It does not.
I mean, as a temporary, just basically put him out until May. Temporary, just
and then his
hire
title would change to city manager.
the city administrator
maybe
till.
you're very correct. Maybe this needs to be discussed by the way.
Yeah, it does need to be discussed.
Well, that's something else I want to comment on as well. We're making a lot of use of executive sessions, and I don't know about everybody, Jerry and Pat, y'all weren't here, but when I came on, part of the promise we made to everyone is that we were gonna minimize these executive sessions to the very smallest amount possible. And we're not, we're using them.
Tell me what in here we're not supposed to be doing an executive session
We
tonight.
had 4 of them here today.
What are we not supposed to be? What does not fit in an exception? Because that's what the law says. What is not in an exception? Because I'm looking at the MDD property, that's buying real estate, so we have to protect the city's interests.
Are we buying the real estate?
We have to approve what MDD wants to do. They have a
Then you
plan.
got two
This
lawsuits.
is buy
and
and
you got
purchase of
personnel.
property. Why would we tell the world what we're doing to drive the price up? We're protecting the city's interests.
I wasn't suggesting that we tell what we were doing. I
I
was
think we
suggesting
should-
that we're making heavy use of.
I think we should move on.
We're gonna go to executive
There will
session.
be
It
some
is
things
6:30. We're gonna reconvene to open session. It is 8:55.
Yeah, it is.
That's my big time.
I know, right? So I know that we don't have anything on the lawsuits. There's no action there. I don't know if anybody has any motions on the property or the,
I'll make a motion to approve the MDD board to execute a real estate purchase and sale agreement for the purchase of 0.75 acres known as lot 16 through 24 of lot 33 of original town plat in the city of Gunter, for the purchase price of $301,781.25 plus.
yes, Jerry with the first.
Second?
Wade with the second, all in favor?
Aye.
Alright, that is unanimous. Is there anything else? We have a, yeah.
I'll make a motion that we, approve, changing the development agreement for the bridges, to include a PID authorization to discuss a PID for future purposes, future problems.
I didn't catch the motion.
It was for the Mustang.
To open up the negotiations for the bridges DA agreement,
To allow it.
Update the DEA.
to update the DA, not necessarily to allow it, but to update the
To let them
DA.
Give authorization for the bid to be considered.
To be considered, not to be approved.
This is purely exploratory.
Yes.
So Jerry with the first,
I'll second it.
Pat with the second, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, that's unanimous.
I guess the last one would be city administrator.
Yeah.
Since I've been here so long.
We're still on A.
Yeah.
You want me to start it off or go?
That's what I'm doing.
So we were talking about this back in executive session, and we finally got to a point where we were like, why can't we talk about this? Our
We
conversation.
need to make a motion to discuss.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Make a motion to discuss,
Okay, Pat with the first,
the city administrators stuff.
A. I second.
Wade with the second, all in favor?
So like I was saying, we finally gotten to a point of the discussion where why can't we talk about this in front of the citizens so everyone knows? And I got educated on some of the stuff, other people knew more than I did, which no surprise. So why not talk about this in front of everyone here instead of behind closed doors? So we're not talking about the person, we're talking about the role between city administrator and city manager. So my understanding was, well, what's the difference between it? So I had to get that understanding. The city administrator, it's X dollar salary. They only are basically the go-to people for our head departments. They're not really hiring or firing people. They still do a lot of the internal work for the mayor and the other departments, basically the collector, the gatherer, administrative stuff. The city manager, now,
and they're also the contact person for the citizens that, if you wanna call and say, you've got this problem, you now have somebody who is automatically there, not an answer
going
the
to
phone.
Adam all the time on
Right.
stuff, right?
Or
Okay.
it could go to a number of people depending on the question, but every phone call that would come in,
Would go to that
as a
administrator.
citizen, would go to him for it to be delegated, or her to be delegated. So that was another position, another difference in the administrator.
Okay, and then the city manager, they have the authority to hire, fire city heads, and they are now basically the CEO of Gunter,
Yes.
and come to us, and we still
You still
vote.
set the policy.
Yeah, they still set the
Right.
policy. We still have to
Right.
vote, even if the city manager, they still have to get our approval
Right.
to do stuff.
Mhm.
But they're able to freely go out there and
One power.
do stuff, but they still have to come back to the
They
council.
can bring in whatever we want or don't want, they can.
But the
deny
city
it.
administrator does not do that.
And until we get into a
Okay.
charter, once the charter is in, now we have the guardrails, we have the lines on the lane,
Mhm.
on the road. city manager at this point, because we're not at the charter level, has the ability to go and do whatever they want to the town or for the town. And that's the best way I can possibly put it, is either to us or for us.
So the power still remains within the city council.
Yeah.
Technically both do.
Technically either way.
I can't do anything without y'all either.
Well, what I'm saying
I
is
can't
that
make policy.
when it comes to power, it's still with the city council. The decisions are still made
Yes.
by the city council.
To a point.
To a point.
And then I'm trying to think about the city manager, their pay would be higher than a city administrator.
Because they have more roles, more
More roles, more
responsibilities.
responsibilities, things like that. I'm trying to think what else we were talking about that was.
Well, we had
To me,
also
that-
talked about history that we've already received applicants for city manager back 3 years ago, back when we had to post it, or it was requested we posted. We did the same thing last January
For the administrator.
for the administrator. So we have seen the difference of what their qualifications are, what kind of money they want, and what we're able to afford at the same time. And so a city administrator is going to be a cheaper version for us to remain in control without having to worry about a city manager who could become out of control for more money. More money means more taxes.
Okay.
And a city my fear is that a city manager is not going to come in as a finance person. Now this high dollar person is now also going to want a finance person. So now we're going to watch the taxes go up higher and higher and higher. And if it's not approved, well, then something's got to get cut. We've already been cutting our roads because we're paying back the comptroller $2 million over the batch plants. So, I mean, at what point do you just say that you can't fix stupid?
We went zero-based budget year before last, and then we
Yeah.
build upon it. So it's so bare bones that with new legislation potentially passing, it's gonna be a problem for us.
Right.
And like you said, with an administrator, we also need a finance person. That's gonna be ending soon. We're gonna have a real problem coming into budget season at the end of March. Our applicant right now for city administrator
Well, we don't
also
need,
has,
we don't need
that
that,
background.
but like you're saying.
because you're gonna need
we're
both
gonna
of
have,
those.
Yeah, we're gonna have two things coming to a head. A
Yes.
city administrator or city manager,
Yes,
and then a finance person
right,
that we need.
absolutely.
So there's those two separate things.
And we need the help.
Yeah, and we need the help,
We need the help.
the guidance and things like that.
So what happens in May for the vote gives us, we got 60 days to hire somebody.
Now, what was
That's gonna be
else?
basically a shot clock. We got 60 days to try to find the
If it
person.
passes.
who
Vote
doesn't-
passes, if vote passes.
If it passes,
If it
July
passes,
1st,
then we have
60 days.
60 days to find somebody who doesn't want to come here from Frisco and say, hey, they're the next town that's going to explode. I want to build a kingdom. Let's go up there and do it. And we don't vet him correctly.
So I'm hoping we can maybe talk about it out here, but what you were saying, not to throw you under the bus, but, oh jeez, I just forgot my thought.
I've thrown everybody. under
I
the
know.
bus tonight. I haven't
Not to
eaten in
roll the
6
bus
days.
over you a little bit, but
Back it up and do it again.
Huh?
jeez,
back it up
where was
and
my
do it
thought
again.
going?
You remember how
said-
William gets when he's hungry. I haven't eaten in 6 days, so
Yeah.
bring it on.
You were saying something, what else was on the ballot that's gonna be on that ballot, that was gonna maybe even put us
Oh,
at
that
a,
property tax.
Oh, yeah, proposition, it is, I'm sure everybody's gone through the propositions. One of the propositions that they're expecting to pass is that no taxes can be raised in the town without voter approval. That's what they're trying to do. So here's the hamstring to the whole thing. Say that passes, and we got a city manager, and the city manager wants a finance person. Now we have to go to the citizens and say, hey, we'd love to raise your taxes just so that we can afford to survive as a city. What do you guys think? We already know what most people are going to say. It's going to be absolutely no. So at what point do you start to fall backwards and realize that you're no longer able to pay for it?
now, if that bottleneck
Staff.
wasn't happening, then that wouldn't be a scenario, but it is a potential scenario,
They're
depending
both
on the
potentials.
outcome.
The proposition's a potential, the city manager is a potential. I mean, right now we have a candidate that is qualified for not only finance, but is also qualified to be a city administrator
Or manager.
or manager,
Checks all the boxes in both.
as everybody's already.
So, So yeah, I mean, we're not making a decision on this yet, but that's what I wanted to have brought out to everyone and whoever's on camera is like, everyone needs to know these things. This is what we're talking about behind closed doors. And we need to figure it out before it does get out of control or bottlenecks too bad and now we're sinking instead of swimming.
So like I said, we've kicked this can down the road for 3 years.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So,
Anybody else have anything?
I do not.
Well, I'd like to make a motion to go ahead and hire who we have interviewed based on the fact of the tenure, the abilities, the finance background, the fact that he was a mayor.
And Eric Lexon.
Oh yeah, that's the big one.
All the staff.
On an interim basis until the vote, which allows
Is
us
everyone
to,
here? All of our department
let's take the
heads
car
are
for a
here.
test drive before we sign on the bottom line. And if it works out, great. We'll let the citizens decide whether they want to move to a city manager and whether they want him as moved into that city manager, or if the citizens want to stay as a city administrator, do they want to keep him as city administrator? So it gives us the ability to roll through it. So I make a motion to go ahead and proceed with hiring the candidate for city administrator.
On an interim basis?
On interim or
On
permanent?
interim
or what?
basis, yes.
Interim?
I'll second that.
So we have a first with Alan to hire as an interim. We have a second with Jerry. Is everybody good? We're gonna take a vote.
take it on.
So we're gonna,
I'd say, I'll actually, if they will put an interim, let's put a time, say for, because we're gonna have to make a decision by the 20th of July if the vote passes. So we can actually put that caveat in there, like, interim until at least that date, and then we can make a further decision.
I think you could do, just my thoughts on this, as you're saying that, is just do interim until we know. And then
Results of the election.
we have somebody, but we also can interview and advertise, and maybe it works out, maybe it doesn't. It's exactly what the city of Howell did. Well, and,
More investigations.
Whitesboro, they did the same thing too. They still, you know, followed the same procedure.
Well,
So,
I think it's a little early to decide tonight to hire somebody interim. I don't know if there are any other candidates, and we haven't finished doing the research on the one that we have. It never seems to be a good idea to just take the one guy you got in your pocket and move on.
I understand, but we've met with him twice. Unfortunately, you weren't there to meet with him the
I
first
would
time.
still like to table it and have this be on next week or next meeting's agenda to, okay, are we gonna move on with him or?
So next week, you want to make it as a approve or disapprove, not let's put it out for applicants for 30 days, and let's go ahead and push it till May.
Well, I mean, technically,
Interim
this
means
guy
that
didn't,
we're
it
not-
didn't take
we're
30
not-
days
we're not
for
part
this
of
guy, this person, this candidate, you know?
We're taking the car for a test drive, is what I'm saying. That's the whole point of the interim.
Yes. I would like to table it.
We
till
can
next
still-
week, or next meeting.
We can put him in as an interim, and we can still put it out for applicants.
we could do both.
He's interim.
Yeah, I understand that.
So
Salary, part-time job.
I would like
Good
to
luck.
say that number one, he checks all the boxes that we've all asked for, all of us. And I think that if that happens, he's checked the boxes for both positions, it matters what staff thinks, who has met him on multiple occasions. So is there anybody here, I know Eric just spoke up. I've got all 5 department heads here.
So,
I think it's
so
fair to
we've
have
already
some
got a
feedback.
first and a second. What do we do next? Because we closed discussion, didn't we?
We didn't close discussion.
So did we not close
So,
discussions, or we did close discussions? Tell me where I'm at.
Do you not want to
Do
hear
you-
from staff?
Do you want me to address that?
Yes,
Please.
Okay, so you had the initial motion to discuss the city administrator stuff. You did that. Then you had a motion and a second to hire the person that you interviewed. So now you're back to discussion of that second motion.
Okay, thank you. Just want to make sure I'm following the rules here. So, my 2 cents is this. definitely like the individual, but I would like a little bit of a background investigation, a little bit. We're talking about our city here. We're talking about everything else. I'm not saying no, but I don't know if you could say yes pending the background. How would you say
We
that?
do that anyway.
What I'm saying is that how
That's
would you do that?
So you could say, yes, we were gonna hire this person, they have to go through the background check that we do for everybody, and then, look, if it failed, you would know it. If it doesn't, we're good to go.
Or could we just say, we table this till next meeting to have a approve or not approve the candidate? After we do our due diligence and doing whatever background check.
Hey, we've burned 2 years, what's 3 more months?
Well, I'm not saying 3 months.
I'm not saying
So-
I need to, it's not a
It'd be
knee-jerk
March.
reaction, we just keep going back
So-
to
Would it
this.
be March 5th?
What would be the next meeting?
Which is the beauty of interim, we're not forcing
March
this, it's interim.
March 5th, and we have budget coming up, we have audit coming up, we have budget workshops, we have, no finance person.
And if this person's got finance experience, at least we can get his toes wet before he jumps in.
I'd rather push it to March 5th, whether we accept or not accept. Just so we can do a little bit more and approve or disapprove on it on that day.
Decisions.
Mm-hmm.
Decisions.
Because that's the other thing, we learned a lot in that executive session that we brought out here to everyone.
Yep.
I like the candidate, not saying no against it, just wanna, like we were saying, I wanna make sure it's not just a one and done, there you go, I mean.
Well, the problem is we can't do a background check on somebody until we've actually
Oh yeah, no, I
offered
understand
them
that.
a position.
Yeah. The federal,
So you guys want to do a background check on somebody that you can't do a background check on because we haven't offered them the position, which is what I was doing, is offering the position so that you can do a background check, make
Makes
sure it
sense.
checks all of the boxes, and if it doesn't work out, is an interim.
in your background, if you don't
They
mind
can
me
go.
asking, the background check that you're talking about is like the standard typical legal background check.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not-
That's
I'm
what
talking
is
No,
about-
for the
no,
protection.
no,
I'm
no,
talking
no.
about
We're
research.
not talking about that. It's talking
Yeah.
about his references.
Yeah, reference
Reference
checks,
Okay.
calling up, I mean, heck, if I have to go wherever that person came
That
from.
is all
then-
included in the
It is, and
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 I'm
again,
the one
it's
that has to do
interim,
it.
so we're not committing to anything long-term.
So, me, I'm gonna vote to have it on the 5th, so you guys.
So
can
we
do
have a
it.
motion already though, so we have a
Well, you
motion.
have a motion
Discussed
and
it.
a second, and now it appears you have a motion to table that needs a second to move forward.
I second it. I second Wade's motion to table.
So now you need a vote on the motion to table.
It's a little bit.
Okay, so the first with Wade to table, the second with William, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
You abstaining? That was very bad.
I'll table it.
All right, it's tabled. Okay. Is that all from executive session?
Yes, that,
Yeah.
I think it's the bid.
yeah. March 5th.
All right,
Eight.
So, routine
We're on number 8.
8.
yes. So number 8, discuss, consider, and act upon a request from Gunter Youth Association for city to purchase and install LED floodlights at 1300. Do you have information on this, Adam? Are you representing, or somebody else here?
I am. Let's Pat wants to jump in here.
If you don't hit all, I will.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. So this is just a request. I didn't really probably have to put on there, but I figured I since it wasn't really identified last year, it's one of those things I want to work with the sports association. So this year we do it, they identify, we work a little harder to find the budgetary expenses that we need. It's our facilities. That's the way I look at it. We own it all. So the floodlights, the solar floodlights, the solar lights that are there now are insufficient. They don't function at all adequately. So it's an unsafe procedure for the kids to be in the batting cages. So we've got a quote, it's below the 3-quote minimum. It's Trinity Lighting, they've done a lot of work for us. Looking at the job, we could do the digging, which saved $1,200 off the quote. So the quote, and it's a not to exceed because there's a range on the quote, not to exceed $1,300. And that isn't to put in to run the conduit to our nearest panel box, which is over near the concession trailer. And then we'll have working batting cage lights. And then as you've seen, I did the financial impact down below. It was from the line, started with 11,000, we're at 83,3250 at the moment. So I do think it's an appropriate expenditure. I just wanted to bring it to council because it wasn't something planned specifically.
I'll make a motion to approve it.
Second.
Okay, we'll do the first, Pat with the second to approve, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
That is unanimous, thank you. Number 9 is discuss, consider, and act upon a resolution authorizing continued participation with the steering committee of cities served by Encore. And authorizing the payment of 10 cents per capita to the committee. So cities have long advocated for electricity consumers, particularly with the Public Utility Commission. We've participated in this. The committee works to protect consumer interest and to help regulate rates of utilities. So in the proceedings with Encore and things like that. So we've been a part of it in the past. This is just, you have to pass the resolution to participate via the governing body. So that's what we're doing today. Whether or not you want to continue to be a part of this.
I'll make a motion that we approve the resolution authorizing continued participation in the steering committee for cities served by Encore, and authorize the payment of 10 cents per capita to the steering committee.
Jerry was first, Alan the second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, it's unanimous. Discuss, consider, and act upon the MDD appointments for place 2 and 3. We did interview an applicant. We always do that with the chair of the board, the development director, so Eric and Paul were both in this interview, and then we pull in 2 of council with myself. Pat and Alan both interviewed Eric Bunner, and we all agreed that he was a great candidate. But do you guys want to talk a little bit about maybe what you like?
So I'll just say this, is that his vision is exactly what we need here. It's a community. He's been involved in cities and resided in cities that boomed. He's in development himself, so he knows the language. He knows what we're looking for as a city, and he really looks for. And he moved here, so he's a resident of the city. So he has nothing but the interest of our future as our community, and he has the knowledge and know-how. So that's my firm support.
And definitely the energy to behind it.
And willing to spend the time on our community.
Well, and I think another huge benefit, I don't think y'all said, was he works for a company that has a lot of contacts with developers of potential commercial developments that could come, infrastructure and so on.
So that would be my question, is would that be a conflict of interest or would that be a helping hand?
It would be a helping hand. I mean, it's just like when Josh Long was with us, there were people that questioned whether that would be a conflict of interest, but he knew when to step away.
Mm-hmm.
But he also knows some of the property owners that we might pursue to joint venture with or private property from too. And as long as he's not the broker or contract purchase with us, that's not a conflict. And if it is, if there's any question, we always have our counsel with Victoria. Let us know.
Mm-hmm.
And we have the ability to remove them as council.
Yeah. I was
If we see there's a problem.
Yeah, I firmly believe it.
Somebody motions.
So we do have one, and we have 2 places here, so you want
Yes.
to word that.
So we can make a motion to appoint, but also either him or 2 different seats. We have previously talked about a council member being on the MDD board. I don't know if that's still what you guys want to do.
That's still got the short straw.
But if not, then we'll leave the seat open, and there are other applicants, I think, interested. One has turned in, and I've heard that another one wanted to turn in, so.
Can we word it to, I'll sit at interim until somebody applies?
Oh,
Do you have
man.
another candidate?
We're doing this again?
We should probably do a background check.
Well, you should.
Well, it wouldn't have to be interim, we can just
I'll make a
appoint you,
motion.
and
Yeah,
then when we have
and then I'll
somebody,
resign.
we can appoint you.
That's what we already have that.
Yeah,
That's exactly
Cindy
what
did the
we
same
did.
thing.
I'll do that.
Motion to open this
Yeah.
for discussion.
So I can make a motion to approve myself.
Yeah.
I'd like to make a motion to open this for discussion.
I
Alright,
second your motion.
alright, all in favor?
Aye.
Alright, so let's discuss.
No, Eric is a great guy. I mean, the couple I thought was even but 20 or 30 minutes. Well, actually, it's longer than that.
About 45.
Yeah, I had a jet, so.
Yeah.
But it'd be definitely worth anybody wanting to meet with him.
Great.
And we're gonna stick him in place 3 or 2.
Makes no difference.
I'll
Board operates.
make a motion that we just approve Eric Gunter for place 2 and have Pat fill place 3 until we introduce some people.
I'll second that.
Okay, Jared first to appoint Eric and then Pat, and then we do the second on favor.
Aye.
That is unanimous.
We have our first meeting next week, so please be there.
Tuesday.
That's right.
It's on my calendar.
Powerful. Predestined.
We are number 11, discuss consider action on ratifying the professional services agreement with the independent investigator. We talked about that earlier. Also emailed you guys the information that you need, so.
I'll make a motion that we ratify the professional service agreement with the independent ethics investigator.
You have Jared with the first,
I'll second.
and Alan with the second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so that's 4-1, that motion passes. Move on to number 12, we've already done 13. Number 12, discussion regarding results of the ethics investigation. So,
Make a motion to discuss.
okay, we've got Pat with the first to discuss.
Discussion anyway.
And we have to hold the public hearing, so
We've already repealed the policy, so.
Doesn't matter.
this was in existence at the time. So according to the enforcement policy, the mayor shall place the matter on the city council agenda following the council meeting immediately following the receipt of the investigation report. And the city council shall conduct a public hearing to review the complaint. So that's what we're doing now. I'm gonna open this up to really just the report itself. Is there any,
Because we don't have a public hearing on the agenda. We only have it as a discussion.
Discussion, yeah.
correct, it's discussion.
So we don't have to motion it or anything, we're just here to
Yeah.
hear about it.
So we're gonna discuss it. So am I okay to start with just highlighting allegations, findings, that kind of thing? So this, the independent attorney, as I talked about earlier, Courtney was conflicted because the allegations were toward her, the allegations of what happened were toward her, so she has a conflict of interest. She could not do the investigation, so we had to hire an outside person. We hired an attorney who all he does is ethics, his name is Ross Fisher. He met with, well, I'm just gonna walk through this and highlight just kind of how his summary of everything. So the summary of allegations, 3 separate complaints were filed against Alderman William Stevens relating to his conduct at the January 15, 2026 council meeting. Each complaint contains similar allegations. The alleged violations of the following standards, 2.2.1, 2.2.2, and 2.2.3 of the Code of Conduct. 2.2.1 is during meetings of the City Council or any other board or commission, aldermen and/or board and commission members shall preserve order and decorum, shall not interrupt or delay proceedings, and shall not refuse to obey the request of the mayor or board commission chair or the rules of council. 2.2.2, the mayor, aldermen, and board and commission members shall demonstrate respect and courtesy to each other, to city staff members, and to members of the public appearing before council. 2.2.3 is the mayor, aldermen, and board or commission members shall refrain from rude and derogatory remarks and shall not belittle other aldermen or board members. He summarized the complaints alleged that in closed session, Alderman Stevens yelled at the city attorney, Courtney Morris, telling her to shut up. and shut the F up. The complaints further allege that Stevens pounded the table in front of the city attorney before yelling at her to shut the F up. Further, it is alleged that Stevens told Morris that she should put her advice into a memo titled "Shit I Already Know." Further, the complaints allege that Stevens disregarded the mayor's attempts to restore order to the session. Now we're going to go into the investigation. Part A is witness interviews. He gives a lot of information, but he says, and I don't want to read all of this to you tonight, it's 5 pages, so I'm going to do the highlights, the most important parts. Generally, the witnesses interviewed corroborated the allegations in the Souther and Jerry complaints. The interviews depicted the January 5th incident as the culmination of escalating behavior by Stevens, whose outburst interrupted the closed session. He further discusses our complaints were already in writing, so he had my complaint, he had Jerry's complaint, he had Alan's complaint. He interviewed us all a second time just to confirm those complaints were accurate. He also interviewed Wade and Pat, so some of that information is in here as well. The Stevens interview, when contacted, Stevens initially responded by text message with the following. Again, I'm highlighting some of this. I'm undecided as to whether to participate. I see the entire process as illegitimate and contrived. The complaints made by Karen and Jerry are fabricated. And even if the complaints were true, so what? The policy is not an ordinance, it is a policy. And further, the city council never authorized the investigation, nor the expenditure to fund the investigation. I have some notes on these. I'm going to come back to this, and then, of course, everybody will get a chance to be heard. But I will address that in a minute. And none of this process takes up why the city attorney was there in the first place, which is actually really irrelevant. In a subsequent phone call, Stevens said that he took issue with the city attorney's presence in a closed session, and that was about personnel matters as opposed to seeking legal advice. A review of the agenda confirms that only closed session item listed was to discuss general personnel matters, which would not require the city attorney's presence or participation. I'll address that in a minute too. Stevens was frustrated with the city attorney's involvement in policy matters as opposed to purely legal issues and was concerned with the misuse of the closed session process. He faulted the mayor and city attorney for these issues, stating that, quote, the other 4 don't know shit from Shinola, and allow the mayor to lead them astray. Going down to the analysis, he says courts have long been reluctant to deem specific words as profane or indecent, instead focusing on the context in which the words were used. For example, restricting profane language in a government workplace is permissible when that language is used in a manner that disrupts proceedings, interferes with operations, or is detrimental to working relationships. The city's code of ethics is consistent with this standard. It does not prohibit certain language, but prohibits conduct that is discourteous and derogatory. He also said directing profane language toward another, especially a staffer subject to one's supervision, in a demeaning tone is the very type of conduct that the Code of Ethics seeks to prevent. For example, one Texas court ruled that the use of loud, abusive, and profane language supported a disorderly conduct conviction. That's Ross v. State, Texas Appellate Court, 1990 in Dallas. And that squarely fits within the city's Code of Ethics and decorum protocols. Move on to legal authority to censure. The city council may legally censure one of its members. Under controlling U.S. Supreme Court precedent, a council member who is verbally censured does not have a viable lawsuit under the First Amendment or otherwise, so long as the censure is limited to an expression of the council's disapproval, does not remove the member from office or strip any equal powers of the position. He further points out 3 things. Censure is a long-standing and it's lawful. Legislative bodies at all levels have historically censured their members. Number 2, censure is speech responding to speech. We're not trying to stymie anybody's First Amendment speech, but censure is speech responding to speech. The censure itself is a form of speech by elected officials about the conduct of another elected official. Number 3, censure alone does not adversely impact the censure. A verbal censure standing alone is not material adverse action. It does not prevent a member from speaking, voting, or serving in office because it does not provide the member of the office itself or core legal powers of the position. It does not support a claim for damages or injunctive relief. The Supreme Court specifically rejected the argument that an elected official can sue simply because the censure was motivated by disagreement with the official's speech or conduct. The conclusion. There is sufficient evidence to indicate that Stevens' behavior interrupted and delayed the proceeding, and that Stevens disregarded the mayor's attempts to restore order to the closed session for section 221. It should be noted that the complaints deal only with Stevens' conduct towards the mayor in closed session. Subsequent efforts to have Stevens removed from the meeting are beyond the scope of this analysis. A majority of witnesses confirmed Stevens' treatment of the city attorney, which a reasonable person would deem rude, derogatory, disrespectful, and lacking in basic courtesy. Though Stevens denied telling the city attorney to shut up or shut the F up, he did acknowledge stating that her comments should be included in a memo titled "Shit I Already Know." This admission alone would support a determination that he was discourteous, rude, derogatory, and belittling in violation of sections 2.2.2 and 2.2.3. Therefore, sufficient evidence exists to support formal action against Alderman Stevens. Now I'm going to go back to because this really bothers me. Courtney, after the incident occurred, and I did caution people, you weren't there, don't try to judge this, because you don't know what happened. It's not fair to anybody to do that. But after the incident, Courtney did send counsel an email. I'm not going to read it to you because I can't, but she did apologize for responding back and, leaving the room and feeling like she needed to leave and not come back or be in the presence. And she did feel like it was a hostile environment and attack. And I would agree that it absolutely was. If it had been me, it would have been a very different story. I would have pressed charges. So when I go back to Stevens' interview, per the investigator, number one, I'm undecided as to whether to participate. I see the entire process as illegitimate. The policy was lawfully adopted. The complaints made by Karen and Jared fabricated. Jerry and I fabricated nothing, and this was confirmed. Again, he said, generally speaking, they corroborated, all the witnesses corroborated what was said and done. And even if the policy complaints were true, so what? The policy is not an ordinance, and it's a policy. I think the language of even if the complaints were true, so what? That gives me pause for two reasons. Number one, you think it was a big deal. Number two, so what? I'm above the law. Like, y'all can't do anything to me anyway. That's my perspective of that comment.
Are the perspectives really needed during this time?
It is, because it's me defending myself and what I experienced. And each person here will be able to do that, including William, to defend his own self. So, yeah, I think it was very wrong. And then as far as the city council never authorized the investigation or the expenditure to fund the investigation, the lawful policy itself authorized the investigation and therefore the funding. I was highly offended that William said something to this effect before, but then came back and said the other four don't know shit from Shinola, and allow the mayor to lead them astray. If I were one of you, that would bother me. I think everybody can hear the tone of that comment for themselves, and the other four, I'll let you answer that. My other notes, again, what I talked about earlier is that the policy was in place. It demands a certain amount of steps when there is a complaint. I followed those steps and didn't really have a choice not to roll it up. So I'm going to open this up to, if you guys want to go round robin, seat 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If you want to do it different, everybody can speak for themselves.
Okay, so I'll start with, the not-to happened, first of all. The whole purpose of creating this, this city council relations policy, code of ethics, and meeting decorum procedure and policy, was to try to have an agreement and make an agreed understanding of, even when we didn't agree with each other or had a disagreement, that we were still going to do it respectfully. What happened that night to me was a direct reflection of why we needed the policy and why I still believe we need the policy in place. I was completely appalled when it took place. It took me by surprise for sure, and there was no doubt and no question as to what the intent was or what was said. I was so befuddled by it that I actually wrote down everything that happened before I ever left this building, so that I wouldn't get it wrong. And on one of the statements, where you stated, that the four of us don't know shit from Shiola, I take extreme exception to that, because quite honestly, this is at least the third time where you've actually tried to belittle the other council members and say, that we don't know what we're doing, or, that you've got more knowledge than we do, and I take exception with that. You don't know me, you don't know my background, so therefore you don't know what I do and what I don't know, so, with that,
For myself, so I'm one of 5 boys. In other words, I've got 4 brothers, and I'm stuck in the middle, so you guys understand my sense of humor. I remember a term, sticks and stones can break my bones, but words will never hurt me. And what happened that night was words went to physical action. And it caught me by surprise. It went from 0 to 100 in seconds. None of us really reacted. We just could not believe what was happening, other than one person leaving and the next person leaving, and we're just stunned that it just went that quick. And I was raised that it's okay. You can say what you want to say, but the moment the physical part comes out, then that's crossing the line, and that's why I put in my complaint.
The only thing I would say is that my mama raised me to treat women a certain way, and I had to make a complaint because I've seen worse. I'm 20 years in the military service. I've seen it all, but you don't talk to women that way. That's all I got.
Courtney, is there anything that you?
I have no comment.
I don't think so. My only other comment would be that it created a fear of a fight and flight in me, where it's just something your nervous system does in response, probably because I was a woman. I think if it happened to a man, we'd have been like, dudes, y'all stop. But because it was fury and physical directed toward another woman, I can only imagine how Courtney felt, because I shut down. My fight or flight triggered. My vision went dark and black. My heart rate raced, and all the heat went down my spine. I can't even explain it as a woman. I think it's absolutely unacceptable at best. Your turn.
I mean, I agree that the altercation, the actions, everything, it was not right or appropriate. So, I mean, that's all I can say on that stuff. But, yeah, that's all I'm going to say.
I mean, what could I add to this? The thing was stacked against me from the beginning. I'm not the one that hired an attorney to go out and corroborate everyone's testimony and then come back and say they told me what they told me. I didn't get anybody to defend me. The city didn't spend money on figuring out what my side of the story was. The city didn't spend money on doing anything to address some of the other issues between me and Courtney. So this whole thing is exactly where you wanted it to go, and I mean, what else do I do?
Who's you? Are you blaming me?
You're the one who said you didn't have a choice and you had to do it.
We had a policy. I
We
had to follow the
policy.
policy.
We had a policy
Yes.
that was voted 2-2, that you
It's a
voted
lawful
on to
policy,
get it in
William.
because you wanted it.
It's a lawful
We've
policy.
We've repealed that policy, and that tells everybody that we don't want this. This isn't helping fix streets. It's not helping get the signs up outside. It's
I
not
thought
helping.
it was voted 3-2 because it was a tiebreaker.
Yeah, it was. It's a lawful policy.
2-2.
And let's be clear, I didn't cost the city $4,000. Your behavior did.
No, you chose to hire somebody without
The
authorization.
policy
By
that,
law,
the
I have
policy
to
that
do
we
that.
all adopted
So you
did.
see, this is why there's just, there's nothing I can add to this that's gonna make it,
How about I'm sorry?
That would be cool.
I mean, I'm sorry, Courtney, for attacking you.
see, that's an inflammatory mischaracterization.
It's not. It is not.
I never left my chair.
You did. You leaned over and you pounded your
She
fist
wasn't
in
even
front of her.
sitting next to me.
She wasn't. Wade was. But you leaned over toward her space. I was sitting right across from you. William, I don't know who you are lately. It hurts me. We used to be friends. The behavior has been escalating. I don't know how to help you. We thought putting a policy
That
in
is
order
derogatory right
would
there,
keep
Karen.
us.
So let's just
What do
stop.
you mean how to
Listen.
help you as derogatory as a friend?
I called, when this all started, I called Alan, I said, listen, just give me the censure and let's just save the money. Okay, now we spent $4,000.
Well, now you're
Well,
saying
what's
you
done
weren't
is done.
offended, but you had your opportunity to tell the investigator.
You know, this all comes back to your original point, Karen, where you said you wanted this policy in place so you could publicly humiliate people. And that's
No,
what you're
I
doing.
did not. It was not my
Paid
policy.
for a report, you got to read, you got to pick and choose the parts you read.
Do
So
you want
let's
to read it all? It's all open for
Let's
public
vote.
information
Well,
release at any time anybody wants to
a
read the
lot of
whole
it's-
5 pages.
Can I finish?
Yes,
You
please.
said it was my turn to talk, but you keep
Yes.
stepping over me.
Let's,
So let's just move on. Let's just move
please,
on.
let's move on. Let's close the
So we have a
discussion.
resolution. for
Everybody's
Sunday.
had the ability to talk.
So then I'll make a motion to proceed
There is
with.
no motion.
There is no motion, it's just discussion. So we can move
Well,
on
move
to
on.
We can move on to the next,
number 14.
next item, which is 14, because we're done with 13.
So Courtney, you sent me a resolution.
I'm sorry.
You sent me a resolution. We have that.
Yeah, you sent me a resolution to edit, but it's not on the,
For the public hearing.
for an action item. So if you want to take action, that would be for your next meeting.
Number 14 is discussing to act upon an ordinance amending the code of ordinances, chapter 1. This is, a while back, we changed from 2 minutes to 3 minutes for citizen comments. That was the only change in it, right?
There were some minor,
It was the
changes
time
when I
limit.
went back and looked at the policy that was in chapter, section 1.05.004.
Right.
There was just some, things that needed to be cleaned up.
Non-substantive.
It was written to read like a handout, like somebody would pick up here in the room saying, your time is this, or so forth. So I just made some non-substantive changes, along with making the change from 2 to 3 minutes. And then, as we discussed in the work session, I have added the exception to item number 12 to allow for
To refer back to.
12
Section
so
2, I
that
think.
council members can hear from the public.
Sure.
If in those situations. So yeah, it's mostly non-substantive, and the big changes from 2 minutes to 3 minutes in accordance with your current practice.
Do you have a motion at all?
I'll make a motion to go ahead and open for discussion.
Okay, the first,
I'll second.
have a second on there.
Aye. Everybody's got an extra minute. Like when we went to TMO, we were talking about George Carlin. I think 3 minutes would allow him to get all the cuss words in, because 2 is awfully short.
It will. We've been practicing with 3 all this time.
Yeah.
We just never updated it, so it's been this way for a while.
Okay, I'll make a motion to go ahead and approve the ordinance amendment for agenda item number 14.
I'll second.
Okay, Alan, the first, half, the second, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, any opposed? Motion unanimous. All right, number 15, discuss order determining agenda items to be placed on future council meetings.
City administrator.
Yes.
No, that'll come back because it was tabled.
I do have a question on that.
Yes.
So, if we say we want to put something on the agenda this way, or do we still have to email Deidre to have it be on, like, the most current meeting, or?
So remember we have the kind of the checklist to go through
Yeah.
when you want to submit something? You can tell me, but I
Yeah,
need
the
your,
research, yeah.
I need
But I mean-
the stuff.
I guess my question would be is,
And then it goes on.
that next meeting, that I present the information, or do I still have to say, hey, Deidre, myself, or someone else wants this on the agenda?
It's kind of up to you. So if you want something on the agenda, you got to provide the summary.
Yep.
You touch base with staff, make sure the minimal legal, like, hey, sounded like a good idea, anything I need to worry about.
Yeah.
Then I put it on the agenda. You bring all that information to council. You discuss it. If they want to move forward, then we go back to legal. They direct Courtney to do whatever it
Well,
is.
I know, just to put it on, like.
Yeah.
We've said sometimes, oh, we want to add this to the agenda, but it
Right.
doesn't get on to the next
Because
meeting.
y'all don't send me the stuff. So if you send me a summary, that's the proper way to do it. Yes.
Yes, I get
Then
that.
I have something, because then otherwise y'all are making me work for you.
Oh, yeah, no, I
You know what I'm
understand
saying?
that, yeah.
So if y'all want something, just do the summary, do the legwork, and then you present it, so that I
And
don't
then
have to track things down.
When we present that, then you would be able to put that on that most upcoming meeting if we
Oh, if
did.
you send me a summary, it's going on the next meeting.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely.
So
Unless
is it
it's
okay for him
already
to
stacked.
send it straight to me, or is he wanted to go straight?
No, he can send it straight to you.
I just didn't know because of like what we had to do last time, it was send you an email or something.
Just for
Even if it's
Yeah.
just, hey, I want to
He
talk
just-
about something, have something on the agenda just for us to
Yes.
discuss.
Yes, and
You know,
just
no
send a short little
research and
summary,
stuff. Okay.
and then Deidre will put it on. She already knows to do that, but she shouldn't have to create your summary.
Oh, yeah, no.
And then she'd have to come to me to create your summary. I don't even know what he wants.
Yeah, no, I understand, but like if I wanted to have a discussion.
This is what I want to discuss, this is why, and I'm gonna bring it to council, yes.
More than that.
Yeah.
I got
Can
nothing.
I add something to the Alderman report request?
Oh, the update?
Yeah.
Yes.
Everyone should have got an email, just so it'll go on record. I got an email from a constituent that is asking the city to relook at
Recycle.
moving recycling back to weekly. So the question was on the record. We asked.
And let me go ahead, because this is a factual deal, just to let people, just to inform you. Adam and I have talked about this in trash, because a lot of people have asked, and we know that we made some changes. So what we're doing right now is the first, like, say 60 to 90 days, looking at participation in the program. Are people doing it properly? Because if it's worth it and trucks aren't being sent back to the regular dump, like recycled aren't being contaminated and then all going to the dump like they were with Republic, guilty, I was doing it. So if everybody's doing what they're supposed to now that we separated the days, yeah, if the demand's there, we're just monitoring it and we're gonna try to do that. So it'll come back to y'all soon as we know what's going on. Absolutely. And when we have, Eric's gone, but a lot of code things, amendments and stuff coming up too, with, which is good. We're cleaning things up, so. Is there anything else?
None.
Anybody? All right, then we will adjourn at 9:49.